Welcome to Introduction to Alexandria. After conquering Egypt in 331 BCE, Alexander the Great decided to build a new city, which, as per his habit, he named after himself. After his death, Alexandria quickly became the capital city of the Ptolemaic kingdom and the most important city of the Greek world. The city was built between the Mediterranean Sea and Lake Mareotis, which resulted in Alexandria becoming a crucial cultural hub and trading center. Sumptuous buildings could be seen wherever one turned their gaze: the royal palaces, the many temples, the gymnasium, lush public gardens, and large avenues. With its incomparable beauty and advantageous geographic location, Alexandria attracted foreigners, intellectuals, and traders. One of the most cosmopolitan cities of the ancient world, Alexandria supplanted even Athens as the most important Greek city in history. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are spread out across the world in locations such as Paris, Rome, New York, and London. All of this shows that Alexandria was significantly influenced by the rich past of Egypt. Egyptian obelisks were highly prized by Roman architects. While Roman design previously favored the use of a single monument, Egyptian obelisks tended to come in pairs and were generally located at the entrance of temples. Several ancient Egyptian obelisks are still in existence today, though many are... Alexandria had several main streets. Its most famous artery was the Canopic Way. It was lined with sumptuous buildings, houses, and temples, and was roughly 8 kilometers in length. This street was one of the most important shipping entrances to Alexandria and often hosted processions and festivals. The width of the street, 30 meters, was abnormally large even by Greek standards. This is likely because the Canopic Way was made in a short span of time and based on an urban plan, as opposed to being slowly built over time, as was usual for the era. The Canopic Way originated in the western cemeteries, skirted the gymnasium, and then exited the city to head east through massive doorways towards Canopus. This structure was known as the Canopic Door.
Welcome to the Siege of Alexandria. Among the collection of writings attributed to Julius Caesar are his descriptions of the Siege of Alexandria, the Gallic Wars, and the commentaries on the Civil War. These archives contain information on different campaigns, the wars of Alexandria, Africa, and Spain. Each of them recounts Caesar's military activity from 58 BCE to 45 BCE. Though Caesar's documents remain a main source of information, it's important to note that the perspective is limited. It is necessary for other historical documents to be taken into consideration to provide a better understanding of events. The Siege of Alexandria closely relays the events of the Civil War that led up to the event and describes how Caesar was besieged in the palace of the Ptolemies. Other ancient authors have left equally valuable and sometimes contradictory information. The Siege of Alexandria closely relays the events of the Civil War that led up to the event and describes how Caesar was besieged in the palace of the Ptolemies. In the events leading up to the Siege of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII and her brother were fighting over control of Egypt. Young King Ptolemy XIII's regent, Pothinus, had firm control over the young pharaoh, and an outmaneuvered Cleopatra soon went into hiding. This set the stage for Pompey's arrival in Alexandria. Having lost his battle against Caesar in 48 BCE, the Roman general turned to his allies, the Egyptians, for safe harbor. But on the advice of Pothinus, Ptolemy XIII had Pompey assassinated in the hopes of earning Caesar's favor. This would turn out to be a most unfortunate decision. Upon his arrival in Alexandria, Caesar was presented with Pompey's head. The sight of a Roman murdered by Egyptians did not sit well with him. Caesar made his displeasure clear, ordering the return of Cleopatra, and for the siblings to resolve their differences and resume their co-rule of Egypt, as per the will of their father. Neither Pothinus nor Ptolemy XIII wished to accede to this demand. While doing his best to aggravate Caesar, Pothinus secretly plotted against the Roman ruler and sent word for Egyptian General Achillas to bring his 20,000 men to fight on his behalf. While Pothinus plotted against Caesar, Cleopatra made a bold move.
Άνθρωπε, ενθαδείστη, απάντησον μη. Κερίν, ιδέως, μα... Εσού ελάβνην ούκη προσκόμην γε. Γης βέλτιστο. Αυτή αφήσει.
There are various descriptions of the encounter between Caesar and Cleopatra. One report states that she snuck into the palace alone at night. Another account claims she was accompanied by an ally and was brought inside the palace wrapped in a carpet bag. Though exactly what happened at this fateful meeting is up for debate, what is known is that Cleopatra met with Caesar and earned his approval. Pothinus and Ptolemy XIII were most vexed with this turn of events. With Cleopatra finally present, Caesar chose to act as mediator between the siblings in the hopes of a peaceful resolution. It did not take long for things to sour. During a banquet given to celebrate the reconciliation, there was an assassination attempt on Caesar. It was the Roman leader's own barber who thwarted the attack. Once it was revealed that the king's regent, Pothinus, had ordered the attack, Caesar had him executed. He then placed the young king under guard.
Ήρθε ο γραμματεύων άρχον και λέει γενέστε με συγγνώμη για οργανός ήρθιου.
Μακαρεσίτε.
Caught within the palace with roughly 4,000 troops, and with the knowledge that the arrival of enemy forces was imminent, Caesar sent for help from Syria, Rhodes, and Cilicia. He ordered his men to dig a ditch around the palace and build a wall leading to the harbor. This would ensure Caesar's access to the sea. When Egyptian General Achillas arrived in the city with 20,000 men, the battle for Alexandria began. With so few men at his disposal, Caesar could not risk a battle just yet. He sent ambassadors to Achillas in the name of Ptolemy to propose a truce. Knowing that the orders did not come from the young king, and angered by the pharaoh's imprisonment, Achillas had the messengers assassinated. With Caesar confined within the palace, Achillas positioned his troops around the city. Skirmishes broke out throughout the streets of Alexandria and went on for several days and nights. Though they were outnumbered, Caesar's men were able to hold the enemy back. This prompted Achillas's next move: capture the Roman fleet stationed in the harbor.
Οφθαλμού σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου? Κόμφας παρά του ιδίου, ίσο φαρμόν ίδιο κατασχέθηση. Αμελής εσύ, πού καλάβνεις οι γνώσκες, φαύλε.
Although the palace offered protection, losing the port meant the end of help and supplies. Caesar knew he had to protect the fleet. While he and his troops succeeded in regaining control of the port, he knew it would be impossible to sustain. Caesar ordered the burning of the ships. With passage back to the palace closed off, he headed for the lighthouse of Alexandria. Fighting their way through the Egyptian troops, Caesar and his men eventually reached Pharis Island. There, they took refuge within the lighthouse. With easy access to the open sea, Caesar was able to send messages to his allies requesting reinforcements and more supplies. The island fort also allowed him to control access to the harbor by relying on the chains used by the Egyptians to control ship traffic to and from Alexandria's docks. The exact chronology of events during the war in Alexandria remain imprecise. Conflicting accounts raise questions as to when, and even if, the Great Library of Alexandria was burned down at all. One account states that during the fighting, docks and warehouses were burned, and this was the fire that spread to the library. In another account, when Achilles cut off the harbor, Caesar had to leave the safety of the palace to defend his ships. As the enemies battled across the port, their arsenals set ships ablaze, and this destruction spread to the library. In either case, the Great Library was not completely destroyed. Experts point out that its location was too far from the harbor, and much later texts refer to the Great Library as being intact. Warehouses near the harbor contained manuscript copies awaiting export, and it is more likely that these documents were destroyed than the Great Library itself. The destruction of the Great Library may have been due to a number of fires over the ages. Its end was probably closer to the 4th century CE, when the Christian Emperor Theodosius I ordered the closure of all pagan temples. While some documents survived after being moved away, it remains unclear just what knowledge may have been lost. Where there are accounts of Achilles being in control of the battle against Caesar, it appears that instead Cleopatra's sister, siding with her brother, had him killed and put her ally Ganymedes in his place. Ganymedes proved a valuable tactician for the Egyptian side. It was his idea to cut Caesar's access to the harbor, thus trapping Caesar at the palace. During the time of Ptolemy I, canals had been dug throughout Alexandria to provide fresh water. Ganymedes had his men take control of these canals. After isolating their own water supply, he had his men pour salt water into the canals and cisterns that led to Caesar's camp.
Ο Διαμελίας, ούγαρε λάβνη γιγνώσκης, την άμαξαν δι, του αποφέρει.
Panic erupted in Caesar's men. They wouldn't last long without fresh water. Recognizing that the porous limestone could help them, Caesar and his men dug wells to restore their water supply. Days later, the 37th Legion, comprised of Pompey's soldiers, arrived by ship. Unable to come ashore due to the winds, Caesar risked going out to meet them on the peninsula, Cape Chersonese. When the enemy learned Caesar's location, they rushed to intercept. Despite an obvious advantage for the Alexandrians, Caesar, with a Rhodian ship full of skillful sailors, emerged victorious. With help from the Allied ships, Caesar's victory enabled him to push the Egyptians back and secure the lighthouse. Gaining control of Pharos Island sent the Alexandrians into the sea and swimming back to the city. However, Caesar's fortification of the island didn't last long. The enemy regrouped and were set to storm the island. Panic-stricken, in spite of Caesar's encouragement, many of his men then fled their posts, either by ship or jumping into the sea.
Πότε διδάσκεσαι Ελλάδη, τύπο πρώην και εχθές.
Caesar attempted to retreat, but Port Eunostos' harbor was overrun with enemy ships, preventing escape. Reportedly, Caesar gathered his papers and leapt overboard in an attempt to swim to an Allied ship farther out. Historian Cassius Dio claimed that Caesar would have drowned if he hadn't been able to remove his purple garment. Still, he managed to swim the distance and survive. The Alexandrians recovered the cloak and used it as a trophy to commemorate the Roman debacle.
Αμάξα ελάβνης κακίστεως, αμέλιστον.
Unhappy with Ganymedes and wanting their king restored, the Alexandrians approached Caesar with a compromise. Caesar agreed to release Ptolemy XIII after entreating him to spare the kingdom and remain loyal to Rome. Once freed, however, the king defied the agreement and continued the war. By this time, a faithful ally of Caesar's, Mithridates, arrived in Egypt, clashing with Ptolemy's troops at Pelusium. Outnumbering the enemy, Mithridates secured the region between Pelusium and Alexandria. Ptolemy, warned of Caesar's ally marching on Alexandria, sent his troops to prevent passage over the river. Mithridates warned Caesar in time, and the two groups confronted the armies of Ptolemy in the Delta. In the Battle of the Nile, the Romans gained the upper hand, sending the Egyptians fleeing. In the tumult and panic, King Ptolemy XIII drowned in the Nile. After the siege ended, Cleopatra VII married her younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, enabling her to reign over Egypt until 30 BCE. Under her rule, Alexandria settled into its position within the Roman Empire and eventually surpassed Athens as one of the most important cities in the Roman Empire. Julius Caesar remained in Egypt for a short time. He and Cleopatra would later have a son named Caesarion. Welcome to Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Cleopatra VII Theophilopator ascended the throne in 51 BCE at the age of 18. Though her early attempts to maintain power were often challenged, she eventually prevailed and became the sole ruler of Egypt. According to Plutarch, she was the only Ptolemaic pharaoh to speak the Egyptian language. Her intelligence, coupled with a good education and a great political mind, allowed her to make the alliances necessary to maintain the independence of Egypt while Rome was becoming a Mediterranean empire. It is important to understand that Cleopatra's knowledge of Egyptian language and keen understanding of the culture allowed her to make powerful ideological referents that resonated with ancient Egyptians. By associating herself with the goddess Isis, the divine mother, great of magic, and repository of divine essence, Cleopatra firmly established herself as the protector of the two lands and legitimized her place on the throne. Upon his death in 51 BCE, Ptolemy XII Aulus bequeathed his kingdom to his daughter and eldest son, Cleopatra VII and Ptolemy XIII. As was custom, the siblings were married. The new pharaoh was 10 years old, his sister wife 17. The early years of their reign were not easy. Between 50 and 48 BCE, droughts and floods aggravated Egypt's problems. General Achilles and the royal advisor Pothinos kept intervening in the young ruler's political decisions, and eventually colluded to turn Ptolemy XIII against Cleopatra. By 48 BCE, Cleopatra was in exile. During Cleopatra's exile, the Roman Empire was not without its own internal conflict. Caesar and Pompey were at war with one another, and after his defeat in 48 BCE, Pompey fled to Alexandria in the hope of finding refuge. This turned out to be an unwise decision. Listening to his advisors, Ptolemy XIII elected to have Pompey assassinated, his head kept as a gift, in the hopes of acquiring Caesar's favor. This gambit backfired. Instead of earning approval, the murder of a Roman greatly angered Caesar. Cleopatra, aware of Caesar's anger against Ptolemy for the murder of Pompey, decided to take advantage of the situation. She returned to Egypt in secret, hoping to establish an alliance with one of the most powerful men of the time. Outside of the legend, where she had herself smuggled into his quarters in a carpet, what exactly happened during that fateful meeting remains a mystery. However, Caesar seemed to see a better ruler for Egypt in Cleopatra than in her young and too easily influenced brother. Invoking Ptolemy XII's will, Caesar attempted to mediate peace between the siblings. Ptolemy XIII was enraged by the turn of events, and his advisors were none too happy to see Cleopatra return. Urged on by General Achillas and Pothinos, the young pharaoh plotted against Caesar and Cleopatra, resulting in the siege of Alexandria in 47 BCE. It was in March 47 BCE that Caesar defeated Ptolemy XIII's forces. The young pharaoh drowned in the Nile after having fled the battlefield. With her opponents dead or powerless, Cleopatra married her other much younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, and finally claimed the throne of Egypt for good. The end of the Alexandrian War also cemented the romantic and political alliance between Cleopatra and Caesar.
Ευχάριστος ημιτά σου, ευλογήτης με εις τη χάρη μου δόκιση,
In June of 47 BCE, Cleopatra gave birth to a son, whom she called Caesarion. Caesar did not accept the boy as his heir, choosing instead his nephew Octavian. Nonetheless, on his return to Rome, Caesar invited the queen and her brother husband to stay in the city. Her presence still drew much disapproval from the Senate. Always a strategist, Caesar left 4 legions in Egypt, and a man he trusted to direct Egyptian affairs, giving him control of the wheat supplies essential to Rome. Cleopatra and her entourage remained in Rome until March 44 BCE, when Caesar was murdered. Caesar's most faithful ally, Mark Antony, often visited the Queen of Egypt during his stay in Rome. Unlike most, he recognized the legitimacy of Caesarion, the natural son of Caesar. Antony knew he would need the riches of Egypt in order to fight Octavian and claim the Roman Empire. Cleopatra, in return, saw a powerful ally. In the winter of 41 BCE, she arranged a sumptuous tour of Egypt by boat to show Antony the wealth of her country and the power she held as its ruler. A romantic and political relationship followed. The Roman Senate was once again most displeased. To calm spirits in Rome, Antony married Octavia, sister of Octavian. Despite his marriage to Octavia, Antony remained Cleopatra's lover, and she gave birth to their children. Cleopatra increased her kingdom's territory and started a political propaganda alongside her lover in Egypt and beyond. She hoped to create a Ptolemaic federal empire with Alexandria at its center. Antony eventually repudiated his Roman wife for the Egyptian queen, much to the dismay of the Roman elite. However, while Mark Antony focused on Egypt, Octavian carefully gained military and political ascendancy over him in Rome. Octavian managed his own propaganda campaign and succeeded. The Roman people hated Mark Antony and Cleopatra. To avoid the censure still inherent in attacking a fellow Roman, Octavian simply declared war against Egypt. Rome's power still reigned supreme. The powerful Egyptian fleet, led by Cleopatra as well as Mark Antony's forces, were defeated in 31 BCE in Actium. Octavian arrived in Egypt in 30 BCE to formalize his victory. The following events remain difficult to confirm due to the many versions and legends around them. It is believed that after hearing a rumor about Cleopatra's suicide, Mark Antony committed suicide himself. He was brought to the queen as he slowly passed away. Knowing that Octavian would have her chained and paraded through Rome in defeat, Cleopatra planned her own suicide. She most likely killed herself with arsenic, though admittedly, the version where she uses an asp to deliver a fatal bite may be considered more dramatic. What happened to the body of Cleopatra is still a mystery. Welcome to the Greek Pharaohs. Pharaohs were considered divine incarnations of the gods. As an avatar of the gods living on Earth, the pharaoh's role was to preserve fundamental values and universal harmony by removing chaos, Isfet, and ensure that justice, Mot, prevailed. The pharaoh, by divine ancestry and through multiple offerings, was the bond that unites the world of men to the world of the gods and allows the maintenance of the cosmic order. The Ptolemaic dynasty reigned over Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE. The dynasty was called the Ptolemies of the Lagids, in recognition of the founder of the dynasty, Ptolemy Lagos, a Greek general and close friend of Alexander the Great. While Macedonian, Ptolemy Lagos understood that to be accepted by the Egyptian people, he would have to adopt their traditions. Upon assuming the title of pharaoh, he changed his name to Ptolemy I Soter, meaning savior. Born in 356 BCE, Alexander the Great went through a hasty education in the affairs of the kingdom before integrating into the Macedonian army, where he quickly rose through the ranks. After his father's assassination in 336 BCE, which some believed was orchestrated by Alexander himself, he became king of Macedonia. Ruler of a unified kingdom and leader of a large army, Alexander set his sights on conquest. Eager to reclaim the Greek cities of Asia Minor, he took on the Persian forces, earning victory after victory. Ever victorious, Alexander the Great marched on, laying siege to city after city until he reached Egypt, where the Persians were defeated yet again. Viewed as a liberator by the Egyptian people, Alexander decided to become pharaoh in due form. He traveled to Thebes to make a sacrifice to Apis, then went to the oasis of Siwa, where he was proclaimed son of Amun. Officially pharaoh of Egypt, Alexander spent much of the winter there and founded the city of Alexandria. Perhaps not coincidentally, being pharaoh allowed Alexander to spread propaganda to prepare further conquests. He resumed his military campaigns in 331 BCE. On his deathbed in 323 BCE, Alexander the Great gifted the satrapy of Egypt to Ptolemy Lagos. Perfectly aware of the value of Egypt, Ptolemy ensured not only the stability of the country's borders, but also its economic and military development. At the same time, he worked with the Egyptian elite to maintain the internal order of the country. By 305 BCE, Ptolemy, well respected both in Egypt and in the Mediterranean, was at the head of the largest fleet of the Hellenistic world. Ptolemy officially took the title of Pharaoh of Egypt in January 304 BCE, on the anniversary of Alexander the Great's death. Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE. His remains were placed first in a solid gold sarcophagus, and then within another. The casket was carried in an ornate custom wagon, gilded and set with precious stones, and pulled by 64 mules crowned with gold. The funeral procession was diverted to a grandiose temple in Alexandria, built in the conqueror's honor under the orders of Ptolemy I. Julius Caesar visited Alexander's tomb at the capture of Alexandria, and the Roman Emperor Augustus reportedly placed flowers there. However, though many powerful leaders claim to have visited it, the tomb's location has gone missing from history. Some accounts do state that the golden coffin was replaced by a glass sarcophagus, probably by Ptolemy X. It is also implied that Cleopatra may have plundered the tomb in a time of financial crisis.
Λάβνη ούκεστην. Θαύμος τον κάτω.
Φαύλε. πες την η οφθαλμή σου εύθυς, ο της αμελίας.
Χερίν. Ιδιώτη!
Welcome to Alexandria, a commercial hub. The ports of Alexandria were a major commercial hub, effectively connecting Egypt with the Mediterranean regions and beyond. A tremendous amount of materials and goods flowed through the city on a daily basis. The large port market was called the Emporion. It was there that merchandise was traded by the ship owners, called nakliros. Food and other artisan work streamed out of Egypt. Ceramics, glass, golden rings, and minted coinage. The local potters, using traditional Egyptian techniques, competed with those from abroad, and the textile industry flourished. What Egypt did not produce itself was acquired through trade, using local resources such as wheat and papyrus. Most sought after was pine wood from Syria, iron and marble from the Greek islands, gold from Spain, and exotic fruits from Europe. All this commercial activity contributed to the already decadent wealth of the city.
Εσύ! Λέξη τη βούλημε. Ακούεις?
The wood imported to Port Mareotis through Alexandria's seaward ports was used in the nearby shipyards, where most of Egypt's ships were built. Employing tens of thousands of shipbuilders, the shipyards contributed to establishing the Egyptian fleet as one of the mightiest of the era. Any wood not used in shipbuilding was further disseminated through Egypt for various purposes. The southern port of Lake Mareotis was the biggest in Alexandria. Save for a branch angling westward, the lake's size in the Ptolemaic era was roughly 40 to 50 kilometers from north to south. Its waters were maintained by a steady runoff from the Nile. In addition to the lake, a man-made canal was created to assist in the transfer of goods from the city to the port using barges, though it is not represented in the game due to its size. Banking was one of the most distinctive innovations brought by the Greeks to Egypt. The centerpiece of Alexandria's wealth was the royal systematization of taxes on almost everything. Basic items such as salt, oil, beer, wheat, and linen were heavily taxed. As a result, the royal treasury of Alexandria was able to ensure the economic stability of most of the administrative areas of Egypt. By the late 12th century, the channel feeding the lake from the Nile silted up. Lake Mareotis lost its connection to the Mediterranean, as well as most of its water, as the lake slowly evaporated to a fraction of its former size. In modern times, Lake Mareotis is being kept alive through irrigation. However, only about 17% of its original size remains. Welcome to Alexandria, city of Like most Greek cities, Alexandria offered multiple forms of entertainment. Most were related to cults, religious practices, and the festivities surrounding those practices. Among those festivities, the most important ones were the dynastic celebrations, instituted in honor of the deified Ptolemaic kings and queens. These celebrations could go on for many days and included sacrifices, offerings, processions, and public banquets.
How shall I sing of thee, brightly shining one? Rocky Dilos Hunter, Vito's golden sun.
Games and competitions were organized whenever possible in locations such as the stadium, the hippodrome, and the gymnasium. The residents of Alexandria favored such events where athletes, poets, and musicians from Egypt and other cities of the Greek world competed. Like all good Greek cities, Alexandria had a theater. The architecture of this structure is Roman in style. This is because the team duplicated a theater from Cyrene. Roman theaters were usually semicircular and built from scratch on a flat area with structures designed to enhance oration. Greek theaters were more oblong in shape, similar to a horseshoe, and favored the slopes of natural hills to support their acoustics. At the theater, one could witness the plays of contemporary comic and tragic authors. The play you are witnessing below is Menander's Dyskalos, more commonly known as the Grouch, a late and popular entry in the Greek comedies.
Welcome to Education in Alexandria. The education of young Alexandrians did not differ from the one generally dispensed elsewhere in ancient Greece. At the age of 7, the child was taken in charge by a tutor, who then became responsible for instilling an elementary education as well as good moral principles. Teaching was generally done outside, in the open air. In the gymnasium, students were taught not only sports, but also topics such as rhetoric, philosophy, music, and poetry, all things deemed essential to one's education at the time. Here, both girls and boys are shown attending a class given by one of the rhetoricians of the era. The team made the choice to show both genders attending class within the context of the game world. Even though it is historically inaccurate, the team felt it was not necessary to prioritize historical sexism over inclusive gameplay.
ελάβνην ούγεστην. Φαύλων ονγά.
Οφθαλμούς σου κατέχεις ή τι του οίκου σου.
Χέρι. Ω, χαίρε.
Αδαΐσισι. Γνώσιν ελάβνην. Λάξ. Σι ελάβνη χλίου. Εσού ελάβνην ούτικος κόμιγγε. Ο Γαλλός έβγε. Χαίρε. Τι πράττεις? Τι, το... Αμάξα ελάβνης κακίστεος. Αμένιστος.
Παύλε, αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράν δίνασε.
Ο Γαλλός έβγε. Ιδιότην, ελάβνην ούκη γνώστης.
Welcome to the Great Library of Alexandria. Near the district of royal palaces and within the Moseon was the most famous library of all antiquity. The Library of Alexandria was built to house all of human knowledge. At its pinnacle, the library was believed to contain over 700,000 parchments. Throughout the centuries, fires and wars between Christianity and paganism destroyed the library, leaving nothing behind. The loss of the building, and more importantly, its vast collection, is immeasurable. As no descriptions are available, the team's rendition of the Library of Alexandria was inspired by the visuals of the Library of Chalcis at Ephesus.
Αρέας Κυριναίος η παντός
While much of the collection was purchased at the government's expense, the library also obtained books through other means. Any books owned by travelers coming through the city were seized to be copied for the library. The copy would then be returned to the owner, and the original entered into the library's collection.
Χαίρε, τι πράττεις?
Εμίδοκιν εσχήμη έστι το γενομένο. Πώς έπραξαν τούτον άνθρωπο στιώτος. Κάθε πρωί,
Alexandria offered unrivaled intellectual and cultural attractions. Eminent scholars from Athens, Rhodes, and other Greek centers traveled to the city to learn and engage with other free thinkers. Both the Mouseion and the library were at the center of groundbreaking ideas and creative expression.
Άου καθηγήγνωσκες, εγώ συλλέξω. Οίκεν τα οικία τέκε σύζυγος,
The great minds of antiquity were usually well versed in many disciplines, which were often associated to specific schools of thought. The Peripatetics, the Stoics, and the Cynics were among the most well-known schools of the time. It is clear that Alexandria lived up to its fundamental role as a city for intellectuals, nurturing many great minds whose impact reverberates through our modern world.
Μα πάνης. Εμίδοκιν εσχήμη έστι το γενομένο. Πώς έπραξαν τούτον άνθρωπο στιώτος.
Hypatia of Alexandria was a Greek mathematician, philosopher, astronomer, and inventor. Though born in Greece, she eventually migrated to Alexandria, like many great minds of the time. It is there that she became the head of the Neoplatonist school of Alexandria. From most accounts, she was highly respected by her fellow Alexandrians, both as a teacher and a philosopher. With her death, the age of great ancient scientific discoveries came to an end. Callimachus was born in Cyrene and educated in Athens. After his studies, he moved to Alexandria to work in the Great Library. A poet and a critic, he strongly rejected the epic format of Homeric poems and instead fervently supported a shorter, more judiciously formulated style of poetry, His epigrams and elegiac poems were emulated by later poets. His work was extremely popular, second only to Homer's own works.
Ευχάριστος η μητά σου, ευλογείται σε Θεή, άγνωστε ευλέθεο.
It was in Alexandria that mathematician Euclid, the father of geometry, wrote the Elements, laying out the foundational work of what would become modern algebra and number theory. Euclidean geometry would become one of the most influential systems in the evolution of mathematics. How do you calculate the circumference of the Earth? With a camel, 2 sticks, and shadows cast by the sun. This is what Eratosthenes of Cyrene described in his principal work, Geography, while he was director of the Great Library of Alexandria. He is credited for the invention of the armillary sphere around 250 BCE.
Σφάλμα δεκαρμέγαν, κατάστασης οργίζεται.
The earliest known and most complete armillary sphere of antiquity was the Meteoroscopion of Alexandria, with an imposing 9 rings compared to the 3 or 4 of most other astrolabes. Known as the zodiac krikatoi amongst the Greeks, the Meteoroscopion was used to determine the location of celestial bodies around the Earth. Every self-respecting astronomer of antiquity would have sought to use this tool to better understand the celestial movements. Pythagoras of Samos was a well-known and respected philosopher and mathematician. He is best known for the Pythagorean theorem. However, there is proof that the theorem existed in Babylonia and India long before Pythagoras was born, casting some doubts as to who exactly originated the theorem.
Ουδής πιστεύει στην Ελλάδα. Ουδής αιώνα και κάθε ανασχητέα. λάμπατα ξανθέ, νίξαν αυτόχριζε.
Ουθενέστε.
Άρτια φύγνει με τις αγορά. Των γητιών γραμμές, πολλάκις της νυχτός, έπειτα βερνέκου τι ιένεται και ίον πιώσετε.
Welcome to the Moseion of Alexandria. The Moseion was a sector of the city commissioned by Ptolemy I to rival Athens' Academy as an institute of intellectual pursuit. Dedicated to the 9 inspiring muses, the Moseion became a great center for philosophical and scientific enlightenment. It welcomed scholars from many kingdoms, inviting them to share knowledge in literature, science, and geography.
Ανθρώποι, φεύ, μεστεριον γε επελέληθε. Οι μόνο μπορούνται δι.
The Moseion was designed so that its buildings and grounds would accommodate free thinking, debate, and presentation. Meeting spaces and theaters surrounded a main courtyard. Expansive gardens were filled with exotic plants that aided in the study and supply of herbs and medicines. A zoo offered the study of animal behavior and physiology. Also among the Moseion's many star attractions was its astronomical observatory.
Ανέρον έκικουν. Οι μόχθεους ζητούνε, διέβησε, προς πληθοτομπέ.
Herophilus was a physician who lived most of his life in Alexandria. He was able to perform the dissection of human cadavers on a large scale due to the permissiveness of the city in such matters. Among many other discoveries, he learned that the brain was central to the human nervous system. He also extensively mapped the blood system and measured the pulse with the aid of a water clock. It is reported that in his thirst to understand human anatomy, he performed 600 vivisections on live prisoners.
Ιδέως έχω αφαντάνσει όντε.
Ευδαιμονή ρωτά.
Αυτή είναι η όμορφη τέχνη.
In order to be free to pursue their research, scholars were fed and housed at the Mouseion at the government's expense. This freedom provided Alexandria's scholars a meeting space for intellectual pursuits and a haven for spiritual peace. Though nothing remains of the original Mouseion, it lives on as the legacy of our modern museums.
Τι τούτο θαύμα.
Χέρι.
Χαίρον ειδών σε.
Χέριν, πώς έχεις? Άγνωστο.
Welcome to the Serapeum of Alexandria. In a city of numerous magnificent attractions, the Serapeum was considered to be the most beautiful temple of Alexandria. Located southwest of the city on a small hill known as the Acropolis, The sanctuary was constructed during the reign of Ptolemy III, upon foundations which had existed since the reign of Ptolemy I Soter. Visitors of the Serapeum climbed 100 steps to reach the courtyard. Libraries were installed in the porticos surrounding the square building, with its roof and columns adorned with gold and gilded bronze. Pharaohs were generous to the temple, as were several Roman emperors after Egypt's conquest. An inner temple housed the statue of Serapis, dedicated to healing the sick. Since the 26th dynasty, Greeks in Egypt had gradually integrated the Egyptian cult of the Apis bull to their own rituals. With the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the cult of Apis was further integrated into Greek religion. During his rule, Ptolemy I chose to merge Egyptian and Hellenic gods into a syncretic divinity named Serapis. This name was the result of the amalgamation of Osiris and Apis. With this new deity, the Ptolemaic dynasty managed to accommodate similar belief sets for two different cultures, bringing about a new dynastic cult. Serapis was also associated to other deities, including Asclepius, a Greek god. It is possible that, as with the Serapis Temple of Canopus, the sick would visit this sanctuary, sleeping there overnight in the hopes of being healed within its hallowed halls.
πότε διδάσκεσαι Λάφνη? Τι πω πρώην και εχθές?
Three things are necessary when exploring Egypt: water, a good camera, and an omnipresent voice coming from nowhere.
Αναΐσηση! Γνώση Ελλάδη, λεπτόποτε κατέχεις.
Λάξ, τι Ελλάδνη χρήου γυρνέστε!
όποτε κατέχεις. Της οφθαλμής γαρ δια νέα νεογήν. Ου κοράς φλάξ.
Αμελή άνθρωπε, πού κοράμ δίνασε.
So many tours, so little time.
ότι αμελίας, ούγαρε λάβνη γεγνώσκης, την άμαξαν δει.
Εσού ελάβνην ούκη γνωστόμην και. Όποτε διδάσκεσαι Ελλάδη, είπα πρώην και χτες.
ελάφλη ούκεστη. Φαύλον ονγά.
Πάμε.
Θεοί, αδαΐσεστη. Οφθαλμούς είναι αιώρων απόλες.
Ούκ έστειν η οφθαλμή σου έφτης, ο της αμελίας.
Ο διαμελίας, ούγαρε λάβνη γυμνώσκης, την άμαξαντη του αποφέρει.
Εσού ελάβνην ου γιγνωσκόμην γε.
Welcome to The Islands of Pharos. The Heptastadion was a bridge-like causeway connecting the island of Pharos to mainland Alexandria. Its name is based on the Greek terms of measurement, hepta, meaning 7, and stadion, which is a measure of length of roughly 180 meters. Since its construction would separate the Grand Port to the east and the port of Eunostos to the west, it was designed with channels at each end. These openings allowed passage from one port to the other. Along with creating separate harbors for the commercial and military shipping, the causeway served as a main aqueduct for the island's inhabitants. Its presence also helped protect the island and its ports from rough wind and sea currents. At the end of antiquity, the Heptastadion disappeared under layers of silt and soil, which formed an important sedimentary deposit.
Χέρι.
Ιδέως.
While the Serapeum was the most celebrated of the temples in Alexandria, many other temples were built within the city. Most of these structures have been completely erased over time, and there is no way to discern how many existed. However, research of ancient papyri offer tantalizing hints as to the possible location of at least some of the temples. Both papyri and coins reveal evidence of many temples built for the gods. Poseidon, the god of the sea, likely had an edifice in his honor west of this island, as well as on the mainland. This temple next to you is dedicated to Isis Pharia, the divine protector of the lighthouse. This location hosted annual celebrations in the month of April, known as the Sacrum Pharia, in connection to the lighthouse. In her incarnation as Isis Fortuna, the goddess carries a rudder and a cornucopia, both symbols of good luck for navigators. Considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria was a source of great pride for the inhabitants of the city. Construction began under Ptolemy I's reign and lasted 15 years. It was completed during his son's rule. Once completed, the lighthouse was dedicated to the gods for the salvation of those who sail the sea. Built on the island of Pharos, the stone structure was 3 tiers set on top of one another in a step formation. The second floor consisted of an octagonal tower, and the top floor was a cylindrical tower topped by a statue. The interior provided space for staff rooms and a ramp which allowed the transport of fuel to the upper floors. Essential to safe navigation through the rifts and shallow waters, the Pharos was a functioning lighthouse with a beam reportedly visible 50 kilometers away. It's unclear what kind of fuel was used or how much. Any other details of how the light worked remain a mystery. For several centuries, the Pharos was one of the highest monuments ever built by man. It measured roughly 110 meters in height, compared to the Pyramid of Giza, which was around 140 meters tall. Gradually, the structure was eroded by earthquakes and then completely destroyed in 1480 CE, when a fort was built over it. Archaeological excavations on the seabed have uncovered many blocks from the ancient building.
Welcome to the Paneion. The Paneion was a temple built in honor of the god Pan, divinity of nature. This Greek god, often represented as a half-man, half-goat, with a beard, horns, and goat's hooves, was considered the protector of shepherds and herds. Pan's attribute was his namesake musical instrument, the pan flute. His temples were usually located in caves and on high mountains, and were frequented by shepherds. It is likely that Mediterranean cults adopted the imagery of Pan to symbolize the Christian devil. To give proper honor to the god, Alexandrians built an artificial hill upon which they housed his temple to compensate for the flat relief of the city. The artificial mound had the shape of a spinning top or a pine cone, which was accessed by a spiral staircase. The top had a panoramic view of the entire city. Only such heights would be fitting for a mountain god. Welcome to the Hippodrome of Alexandria. The main hippodrome of the city was called the Legeon, in honor of Lagos, the ancestor of the Ptolemies. Alexandrians were great lovers of horse racing. They were fascinated by the rivalry of these races, the agon, as it was said at that time, that every competition brought. It was a struggle for glory. The most important chariot race was the Tethrapon. Using 4 horses with the quickest harness to the front right, the charioteer would race for 12 laps, with sharp turns at either end of the hippodrome. The victors were crowned with garlands of olive and received prize money, but the most sought-after reward was to be acclaimed by the works of poets, such as Callimachus and Pindar. Ye hymns that rule the lyre, what god, what hero, aye, and what man shall we loudly praise? Verily Zeus is the lord of Pisa, and Heracles established the Olympic festival, while Theron must be proclaimed by reason of his victorious chariot with its 4 horses. Theron, who is just in his regard for guests, and who is the bulwark of Acragas, the choicest flower of an auspicious line of sires, whose city towers on high, bringing wealth and glory to crown their native merits.
Welcome to the major regions of Egypt. Life in ancient Egypt was concentrated along the shores of the Nile and divided into 2 regions. Lower Egypt was situated on the Nile Delta near the Mediterranean, and Upper Egypt was at the south reaching into Africa. Due to its proximity to the Mediterranean, temperatures in Lower Egypt were less extreme than in Upper Egypt. Until 3100 BCE and the unification of Egypt, each region had its own pharaoh and crown. Lower Egypt's crown was red and marked with symbols of papyrus and bees. Upper Egypt's crown was white with symbols of lotus and sedge grass. Both regions had competing major cities, most notably Memphis in Lower Egypt and Thebes in Upper Egypt. There were different religious cults in both regions, each worshipping their own major gods. Many of the temples were designed in such a way as to represent the two regions, and ceremonies often incorporated Upper and Lower Egypt in their rituals. Welcome to Bringer of Life, the River Nile. The ancient Egyptians called the dark fertile soil of the Nile the Black Lands, and the surrounding desert was referred to as the Red Lands. The dramatic difference of productive land opposed to barren desert had a deep influence on cultural ideology, mythology, and religion. The Nile determined much of Egyptian civilization. For example, the seasonal cycle of the Nile was so consistent that ancient Egyptians created their calendar around it. The flood season, or Akhet, was when the departing floodwaters left arable soil for crops. It was followed by the growing and harvesting seasons, known as Peret and Shemu. These regular seasons, along with abundant wildlife and rich soil, meant that Egypt's denizens were able to nourish themselves and ensure their country's strength in trade. The River Nile flowing from the south to the north, neatly traversed through both Upper and Lower Egypt. All of Egypt's major cities were built along this narrow ribbon of life. Protected by mountain ranges and deserts which acted as natural barriers to enemies, and sustained by the Nile's plants and wildlife, Egyptian civilization enjoyed economic and cultural prosperity for over 4,000 years. Both ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks referred to the Nile as the river in their respective languages. Stretching a distance of over 6,700 kilometers, the Nile is one of the longest rivers in the world. It flows south to north, spanning 11 countries. The River Nile originates in the region of the Great Subequatorial Lakes, including one of the largest in the world, Lake Victoria near Tanzania. The river flows through African equatorial forests, swamps, volcanic lands, steppes, and deserts, splitting apart for a while and picking up various sediments from each region and carrying them all the way to Egypt. Its main artery, known as the White Nile, rejoins with the Blue Nile in Khartoum. This is where it weaves through rich deposits of silt and nutrients, carrying them along in its wake. The Nile crosses 6 cataracts from the south to the north, creating natural obstacles between the various sections of the river. The cataracts are long zones of about 100 kilometers, where the bubbling and rapidly swirling waters advance tumultuously amid enormous heaps of rocks and benches of hard stone. It is after crossing Nubia and the first cataract that the river officially returns to Egypt in Aswan. There are still 1,000 kilometers before it reaches Cairo and the Delta, bringing life to those living on its shores before it eventually empties into the Mediterranean Sea. Ancient Egyptian irrigation and water use was centered around the Nile. However, they also had access to streams and rivers, as well as several large lakes. The delta, situated at the north end of the Nile, also known as Lower Egypt, is a large irrigated area where the river splits into several tributaries. The delta had several major brackish coastal lakes, bodies of water separated from the sea by thin strips of land. A mix of deep to shallow waters, salt swamps, and sand plains, these lakes were refuge to a wealth of species, as well as water and land plants. The occasional bandit could also be found sheltering within the denser reeds, waiting for the unwary traveler. Welcome to Deserts of Egypt. Reaching out on either side of the lush Nile are the harsh, arid Western Desert and the mountainous Eastern Desert. They cover nearly 94% of Egypt. Each of these parent deserts have their own microclimate and contain several smaller deserts with a distinctive fauna and flora. Whale fossils were discovered within the depths of the Sahara. Known as the Valley of the Whales, this location is evidence of the seas which once covered the area. The White Desert in the northeast of the Sahara owes its name to its white limestone soil, contrasting with the yellow sand. The wind has eroded the rocks of the White Desert into stone mushrooms, the most famous of which is referred to as the finger of God. The Great Sand Sea is a large unbroken desert that reaches out through western Egypt and eastern Libya. It is home to a unique geological formation known as Libyan silica glass. The pale yellowish-green material ranges from pebble-sized fragments to glass rocks the size of rough boulders. Welcome to the Qattara Depression. The Qattara Depression is located in the northwest part of Egypt. Reaching 18,000 square kilometers, the basin is 133 meters below sea level and covered with salt. It is the second lowest point in Africa, after the Afar Depression. The climate is very arid, with average temperatures reaching 36 degrees Celsius. The famous Siwa Oasis is located on the protected southwestern region. Today, the Qattara Depression is utilized for oil exploration. Welcome to Siwa. The Siwa Oasis is in the western desert of Egypt. Geographically, the Siwan Oasis is located in a depression 20 meters below sea level. Its natural springs and warm climate aided in the bountiful production of date trees. Though clearly influenced to some degree by Egyptian and African culture, the area's isolation resulted in a unique society and language. While they worshipped the same deities, Siwan temple architecture differed from traditional Egyptian temples. Old Kingdom Egyptians referred to the oasis as cauldron, due to its unique geographical structure. Oases were crucial for nomadic tribes and caravans. Without them, there was no chance of survival in an otherwise harsh landscape. As such, oases quickly became hubs for trade, as well as areas of political control. Because of the dry climate, there is very little rainfall to sustain the oases. Instead, underground rivers flood the natural basins. Since many oases have a north-south orientation parallel to the Nile, some geologists suggest they were once tributaries of the mighty river. There is evidence that ancient Egyptians attempted to create some oases. The Libyan oases are the best known, as they are geographically and culturally linked to the Nile Valley and the Delta. These western oases have a distinct geology from the other regions of Egypt. The most famous and important oases are Karga, Dakhla, Farafra, Baharia, and Siwa. The Spring of the Sun is one of many thermal sources in Siwa, with the particularity that Cleopatra would have bathed in this one, giving it its name. The presence of the source beneath was attested already by Herodotus during the 5th century BCE, when the oasis was called Amuneion by the Greeks of Cyrene. Oracles predicted the future, delivered omens that could be more or less obscure, and offered divine guidance. The Siwan oracle was considered one of the 3 greatest of the ancient world, alongside the oracles of Delphi and Dodoni. Because of the Greek colonies in Cyrenaica, the temple associated Zeus with the worship of Ammon. It is no wonder that Alexander the Great made the perilous journey to Siwa in order to consult the oracle, emulating the actions of mythical heroes such as Hercules and Perseus. This action earned the approval of the oracle, who validated his claim as Pharaoh of Egypt. He was confirmed as the son of Ammon, conferring upon him the most legitimate claim to date of all Egypt's foreign invaders. The powerful and the rich would send gifts or travel great distances in order to ensure their good fortune by gaining the blessing of the Oracle of Siwa. Every successful blessing only increased the soothsayer's prestige. Runner Eubotus, a famous citizen of Cyrene, consulted the oracle in order to know if he would win the 93rd Olympic Games race in 408 BCE. He did, enhancing the standing of the C1 oracle in the process. The Temple of the Oracle of Amun was built in the 6th century BCE by Pharaoh Amasis. In the game, its entrance is guarded by ram-headed sphinxes, the animal representing Amun. They were inspired by similar statuary located at the British Museum. Another option would have a Greek-influenced representation of Zeus Amun, a human-headed sphinx with horns. This representation of Zeus Amun was very popular in Siwa.
Welcome to the Fayoum. The Fayoum Oasis is an enormous basin in the western desert that formed from the Nile's overflow. As such, it is not considered a true oasis, though it gives its name to the region, which covers Lake Moeris. The oasis harbors some of the oldest archaeological artifacts of the region, indicating that the area has been inhabited by hunters and gatherers since the Neolithic period. The Fayoum Oasis drains into Lake Moeris, which was a large freshwater lake, but at some time became a saltwater lake. In the 12th dynasty, ancient Egyptians redirected the water flow with a dam and dug a supply canal using the lake as their reservoir. Irrigation enabled them to continue growing crops of figs, grapes, and olives year-round. Reed boats, feluccas, triremes, and kerkeros were the most commonly found craft within the landlocked waters of Egypt. They were used for various purposes, ranging from daily fishing, trade, warfare, and travel, to the ferrying of massive stone blocks used to build the great monuments of Egypt. The most impressive pyramids of ancient Egypt date from the Old Kingdom and can be found on the sites of Giza, Saqqara, and Dashur. However, one particularly famous pyramid of the time is located elsewhere. During the Middle Kingdom, some pharaohs chose the Fayum as their final resting place. One such ruler was Amenemhat III. His pyramid left a mark on the imagination of antique chroniclers. They referred to it as the Labyrinth, mostly due to the vast mortuary temple complex at the foot of the pyramid. Herodotus mentioned that he had visited 12 courts and over 3,000 of its chambers. But he was also well known for being prone to hyperbole. Amenemhat's pyramid was built with a brick core and covered with stone slabs, designed to be impenetrable. The burial chamber, made out of a single block of sandstone, is unique in its design. Richard Lepsius and Flinders Petrie both explored the pyramid site, measuring 385 meters by 158 meters, and identified it as the location of the labyrinth. Their research conditions were difficult, as most of the site had been submerged by the nearby canal. Furthermore, the stones from the complex and the outer casing of the pyramid had been quarried away long ago. Ubisoft decided to give life back to this lost monument and the many crypts that were said to be devoted to the sacred crocodile god, Sobek. Founded during the 5th dynasty, the site was popular during the 12th dynasty under the name of Shedet. During the Ptolemaic era, the metropolis was named Crocodilopolis by the Greeks, in honor of the crocodile god Sobek. During the Greco-Roman era, the Cleruks, soldiers of the Ptolemies, settled there after their military service and expanded the irrigation systems. Irrigation and water distribution tripled the arable land and turned the city into a lush and rich area. 27,000 inhabitants lived in its precinct at its height. The city's location was strategic in controlling the many small waterways connecting to the main canal, and thus the Nile. The region's main cult was that of Sobek of Shedet, a divinity associated with water and fertility, both very important to an area that depended on irrigation. Many local villages had the title Town of Sobek added to their official designations. During festivals, ancient Egyptians recited hymns to Sobek, asking for his divine intervention. Greek settlers and later Romans would help the Temple of Sobek's economy to flourish by adopting the local embalming mortuary rites. Their sarcophagi were beautifully painted and adorned with amazingly realistic portraits. Very similar to the cult of the Apis bull in Memphis, a living crocodile was worshipped within the precinct of Crocodilopolis's main temple. Known as Sobek to the Egyptians and Sukkos to the Greeks, It was reported by Strabo that priests fed it with meat, wine, and honeyed milk. They covered its body with jewels and gold. After its death, it was embalmed and placed within the crocodile's grotto, alongside thousands of other mummified crocodiles. Welcome to the city of Memphis. Throughout all ancient Egyptian periods, cities had one thing in common. They were situated along the Nile's shores. Cities were often designated for government or for worship. Major cities had several temples dedicated to numerous gods and goddesses. Egyptians referred to the organization of their cities as a sepat. Or later on by the Persian term nome. There were 20 sepat in Lower Egypt and 22 in Upper Egypt. The capital city of ancient Egypt changed many times over the periods. One of the largest was Memphis, located in Lower Egypt. It was a key center for religious temples, including their most important deity, Ptah, god of creation. Thebes, located in Upper Egypt, competed with Memphis and featured as both a political and a religious center. Two important temples, Luxor and Karnak, were built there. A minor capital of the Saite dynasty was the city of Sais. This was the last native Egyptian capital of Egypt. During the Third Dynasty, under Pharaoh Djoser, Memphis became the first religious and administrative capital of Egypt. Even when the political capital of Egypt decentralized itself, pharaohs were crowned in this sacred city in order to legitimize their ascension to the throne, up to and including Alexander the Great. Though little remains today save ruins south of Cairo, we can guess at the structure of the city, which stretched up to 5 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width. Memphis was also referred to as the City with the 100 Doors, or the White Walls. These names were in reference to the wall which surrounded the city. Under the protection of Ptah, god of craftsmen, the city was a thriving religious and economic hub.
Заново открываем Египет. В XIX веке наплыв туристов и участившиеся раскопки, а также вывоз памятников древности из страны стали угрожать археологическому наследию Египта. Египтяне и сами в немалой степени поспособствовали этому, разоряя места раскопок в поисках артефактов на продажу и разбирая монументы на строительные материалы. Важным шагом в сохранении наследия стало учреждение службы египетских древностей в 1858 году. При содействии иностранных коллег глава службы Агюст Мариет активно взялся за дело. Результаты его работы были заметны по всему Египту и даже в Нубии. Так как найденные артефакты необходимо было где-то хранить, Мариет способствовал созданию музея в 1858 году. Этот музей был предшественником египетского. Гастон Масперо, преемник Мариета, реорганизовал службу древностей и составил законы, регулирующие экспорт артефактов. Службой управляли французы до тех пор, пока она не перешла в руки египтян в 50-е годы. С середины XIX века египтология быстро становилась признанной дисциплиной как в частных учреждениях, так и в научных обществах. Французский археолог и исследователь Жан-Клод Гальвин теперь специализируется на художественной реконструкции древних городов и памятников. На сегодняшний день он создал более 800 иллюстраций, 3 тома которых посвящены воссозданию Древнего Египта. Его работы крайне детальны. Их можно увидеть в книгах и музеях по всему миру. Команде разработчиков очень повезло поработать с Гальвином при создании Египта в мире игры. В 19 эксклюзивных картинах, написанных им для команды, Гальвин использовал научные данные и на их основе создавал завершенный образ различных мест и памятников в Древнем Египте. Наброски и законченные изображения затем использовались командой разработчиков в качестве справки при построении мира Assassin's Creed Истоки. Хотя изучение богатой культуры и памятников Древнего Египта все еще продолжается, современная египтология сместила приоритеты. Вместо охоты за артефактами, современные египтологи стремятся в первую очередь пополнить запас знаний. В прошлом ставка делалась на раскопки, и, хотя они актуальны и сейчас, работы по египтологии теперь в основном ведутся в библиотеках и архивах. В наше время археология в Египте опирается на междисциплинарный подход, когда традиционным египтологам помогают ученые из других дисциплин, а также новые бесконтактные методы. Данные GPS, снимки со спутника и георадары позволяют археологам без раскопок получить представление о том, что находится под землей.
Натр – кристаллическая соль, которую египтяне использовали для хранения еды и изготовления стекла. Ее же применяли при мумификации. Во время ритуала бальзамирования жрецы помещали тело в натр, чтобы извлечь из него всю жидкость. Когда тело полностью высыхало, его обматывали бинтами. Натр добывали в Вади-Натрум. Его срезали с дна озера, когда оно пересыхало, либо процеживали насыщенную минералами воду во время разливов. Оба метода используются до сих пор. В игре мы воссоздали рудник, находившийся в горах к северо-западу от Мемфиса. Фауна Древнего Египта. Домашних и диких животных стали изображать на египетских рельефах еще в период Первой династии. Животные были источником пищи, а их образы использовали в художественных объектах и мифах. Климат в Древнем Египте способствовал разнообразию фауны. Здесь можно было встретить пантер, носорогов, слонов и различные виды антилоп. В водах Нила обитало множество видов рыб, а также бегемоты и крокодилы. Берега реки населяли птицы – хищные, водоплавающие и певчие. В качестве знаков их образы использовали в иероглифике. Символы насекомых и рептилий, кобр, скорпионов и скоробеев также встречаются в системе письменности и искусства. Все животные имели сакральное значение. Например, лев в Древнем Египте стал символом силы и царской власти. На них так часто охотились, что в итоге уничтожили всю популяцию. Климат и уникальная география дельты Нила способствовали развитию флоры. Растения употребляли в пищу или обменивали на другие товары. Экономика Древнего Египта процветала благодаря разливам Нила. Папирус, который в изобилии рос по берегам Нила, принято считать самым полезным видом растений в Древнем Египте. Его использовали и как пищематериал, и как основу для многих изделий – веревок, сандалий, циновок. Лодки из папируса, фигурирующие на рельефах и в живописи, являлись объектами ритуалов. Вдоль Нила росли разные деревья. Например, кэроп, тамариск и финиковые пальмы. Сперва начали культивировать фиговые деревья. Потом яблони, гранаты, а в период Нового Царства стали высаживать оливы. Манго как культура появилась лишь в средние века, когда его завезли из Азии. Деревья становились символами богов. Например, акация – символ гора. Тота и Сешет изображали записывающими детали жизни фараона на листьях Персеи. Сикамор был символом богини Исиды, покровительницы ритуала жизни. Древние египетские иероглифы. Иероглифы считались священным письмом. Их можно найти на монументах, статуях и папирусах. Символы, похожие на иероглифы, нашли на глиняных черепках, датируемых 4000 годом до нашей эры. Это рисуночное письмо использовалось в Египте, начиная с древности и до времен правления последнего фараона. Древние египтяне называли иероглифы божественными словами. Письменность считалась сложной, а потому была предназначена для фараонов, знати и жрецов и использовалась во время ритуалов, для гравировки гробниц и государственных записей. Египтяне в большинстве своем были неграмотны, так что для них эти символы были окутаны неким мистическим смыслом. Изучение структуры иероглифов дает нам представление не только о переводе, но и о значении каждого конкретного символа. Их наносили на стены гробниц, саркофаги, статуи и глиняные изделия, а также на многочисленные папирусы. Во многих храмах жрецы проводили ритуалы и приносили жертвы. Иероглифы использовали как заклинания. На рисунках в гробницах к иероглифам прилагались формулы для декламации. Произнесенные слова были призваны позволить мертвым пользоваться приношениями вечно. Заклинания писали и для живых, чтобы усилить действие лекарств и излечивать болезни. Самым известным древнеегипетским документом является Книга мертвых. Это сборник ритуалов и заклинаний, написанный иеротическим письмом. Заклинания были призваны помочь умершему перейти в потусторонний мир и избежать опасностей загробной жизни. Даже после расшифровки Эти иероглифы часто было трудно прочитать из-за неоднозначного направления письма. Исходя из расположения, иероглифы можно читать слева направо, справа налево, горизонтально или вертикально, но не снизу вверх. Чтобы определить направление чтения, нужно выяснить, куда повернуты знаки. Если пиктограмма смотрит направо, то читать следует с правой стороны по направлению к ней. В столбцах текст начинается справа и идет сверху вниз в каждом столбце. Текст на стенах гробниц напоминает по структуре страницу из комиксов. Текст может располагаться до, после объекта или над ним, и все знаки направлены туда же, куда и объект. Имена богов и иероглифы, обозначающие богов и царей, всегда стоят перед описательным текстом. Если сравнивать с алфавитными языками, то в египетском языке больше знаков. Из-за отсутствия гласных египтяне изобрели новую категорию знаков. Они помещались в конце слова для пояснения смысла. Например, изображение льва обозначало животное, но также и его концепцию, как чего-то сильного или опасного. Во времена Среднего Царства иероглифов было около 700. К концу греко-римского периода их стало больше 10 тысяч. Египтолог Алан Гардинер создал классификацию основных иероглифов и их вариантов. Языки Древнего Египта во многом схожи с азиатскими и африканскими языками. Они трансформировались в различные формы письменного египетского. Эти языки принадлежат к хамито-семитской семье. Египетский язык имел 5 четких периодов, каждый со своей отличительной структурой. Периоды: Старый египетский, Средний египетский, Новый египетский, Дематический и Коптский. Коптский – последний живой язык египетской семьи, позволяющий обозначить структуру гласных и выделить диалекты. Иероглифы и иератические тексты дают представление о структуре и письме языка, но произношение остается спорным вопросом. Для устной речи наша команда выбрала английский с вкраплениями египетских и греческих слов и акцентами. Язык, который звучит на заднем плане, по большей части основан на египетской грамматике Алана Гардинера. Для оживления мертвого языка мы консультировались с египтологами и инструкторами по диалогам и подбирали актеров соответствующего происхождения – арабского, семитского и африканского. Вскоре после покорения Египта Александром Македонским греческий стал использоваться органами управления. Неумение читать иероглифы раздражало греческое население. Это привело к созданию розетского камня. Распространение христианства положило конец культуре фараонов и памятникам язычества, а также написанию и пониманию иероглифов. Жан-Франсуа Шампальон. В период между V веком нашей эры и эпохой Возрождения знание иероглифов было утрачено. Многие энтузиасты пытались расшифровать язык, не особо преуспев в этом. В каких-то наработках идентифицировались имена и фрагменты грамматики, а также подтверждалось, что картуши содержали имена царей. Но исследователям не хватало ключевой информации, которая в итоге была получена благодаря открытию розетского камня. Розетский камень обнаружил солдат армии Наполеона Пьер Франсуа Бушар в 1799 году. Стела датируется 196 годом до нашей эры. Текст был написан древнеегипетскими иероглифами, дематическим и древнегреческим письмом. После поражения Бонапарта в 1801 году камень достался англичанам. С 1802 года он находится в Британском музее и до сих пор является самым популярным экспонатом. Первый перевод только древнегреческого раздела появился в 1803 году. Это был текст указа фараона Птолемея V, напоминающий гражданам, что их фараон привел Египет к процветанию. Через 20 лет текст на камне полностью перевел египтолог Жан-Франсуа Шампальон. Исследуя камень, Шампальон сделал ключевое наблюдение, раскрывшее тайну древнего письма. Эти иероглифы были не только идеограммами, но и фонограммами. Иероглифы состоят из фонетических знаков, одиночных символов и логограмм. По сути, они представляют собой сочетание фонетики, алфавита и целых слов, в совокупности образующих язык. Изучая камень, Шампальон понял, что количество иероглифов по отношению к греческим символам для одного и того же слова различно. Тогда он предположил, что иероглифы должны обладать фонетическими свойствами. Это был первый шаг к раскрытию тайны розетского камня. Чтобы доказать свою теорию, Шампальон определял имена египетских правителей, а затем сравнивал их звучание с греческой версией. Например, греческое имя Хеопс было дано древними летописцами хозяину Великой пирамиды Хуфу. Следующим шагом Шампальона стала проверка состоятельности его подхода с помощью обелиска с острова Филы. Обелиск содержал две надписи – египетскими иероглифами и на греческом. Как только Шампальон определил имена Птолемея и Клеопатры в текстах и обнаружил те же фонетические образцы, что и на розетском камне, он понял, что идет верным путем. Шампальон уже знал несколько древних языков, когда приступал к расшифровке розетского камня. Для идентификации иероглифа солнечного диска в фонетическом значении «ра» он использовал знание коптского языка. Дальнейший перевод только укрепил его выводы. Египетские иероглифы представляли алфавит как фонетически, так и детерминативно, когда символ означал целое слово.
Кирена. Киренаика расположена в Северной Африке. В древности регион называли Пентаполь в честь 5 городов, ставших греческими колониями. Греческие поселенцы основали город Кирена в 630 году до нашей эры на плато на территории современной Ливии. Население Кирены увеличивалось быстрыми темпами, и город стал первой и крупнейшей из 5 колоний. Кирену основал Бат Аристотель по указанию Дельфийского оракула. Из-за перенаселения и засухи родной остров Батта, Терра, стал непригоден для жизни. По совету оракула Бат отправился на побережье Африки в поисках плодородной земли. За первые 2 века городом правили несколько царей. Восстание в итоге положило конец монархии, и в дальнейшем городом правила аристократия. Главной достопримечательностью Кирены были храмы богов – Аполлона, Диметры, Зевса и птолемейских Исиды и Сераписа. В центре города располагалась агора, а на западе был построен знаменитый Акрополь. В конце II века до нашей эры вокруг гавани возвели крепостную стену. По мере роста города все больше зданий строилось за стенами. Под влиянием Рима Кирена стала экономическим центром, известным по всему Средиземноморью. Медицинские школы Кирены могли соперничать с греческими в Косе. Многие выдающиеся математики, астрономы и географы учились в школах города, среди которых был институт философии, основанный Аристиппом, учеником Сократа. В 115-117 годах нашей эры состоялся бунт в еврейском квартале, нанесший значительный урон городу. В итоге череда сражений, недостаток запасов сильфия и землетрясения все же сказались на городе. Он был окончательно заброшен в 365 году нашей эры. Аполлония была идеальным местом для порта благодаря природной бухте, защищенной скалистыми заливами. В порту построили маяк, а позже причалы и склады для обслуживания растущего числа судов. Будучи коммерчески успешным торговым портом, Аполлония вскоре превзошла Кирену и стала столицей Пентаполя. В результате ряда землетрясений город сместился, и многие строения оказались под водой. Часть руин все еще различима.
агора и бани. Агора Кирены была и рыночной площадью, и политическим центром города. Внутренний двор находился под открытым небом, а торговые ряды и лавки стояли по сторонам под длинными крытыми колоннадами. Во всех греческих городах на Агоре располагался общий очаг – Пританий. Именно здесь, в Кирене, принимали посольства из других городов. В центре Агоры стояла статуя, символизирующая победы на море. Вероятно, эта скульптура посвящена Нике, богине победы. Она очень похожа на Нику Самофракийскую, выставленную в настоящий момент в Лувре, которая и вдохновила разработчиков. На Агоре Кирены стояли храмы и памятники в честь богов-покровителей и царя Бата, основавшего город. Два алтаря связаны с храмом Аполлона, а на мраморном постаменте стояла статуя богини Ливии. К общественным зданиям относилось здание суда с библиотекой, где хранились юридические и другие документы для управления городом. Следы повреждений огнем на руинах говорят о том, что здание могли разрушить в ходе восстания еврейской диаспоры в 115 году нашей эры. Как и в других римских и греческих городах, в Кирене были общественные бани. Обнаружены руины двух терм, принадлежавших к разным эпохам. Надпись над входом в одну из терм, вероятно, указывает на имя владельца. Она позволяет отнести здание к эпохе эллинизма. Мозаику использовали, чтобы сделать пол водонепроницаемым. Завезенные греками в Египет и Киренаику сюжеты изображали сценки из жизни, морскую фауну и мифических существ. Помимо традиционных греческих мотивов, использовались и символы египетской культуры, например, лотос. Однако лучшие из найденных образцов мозаики родом из Александрии. Бани построены на месте подземного захоронения, датируемого 8-6 веками до нашей эры. В скале были выдолблены сиденья, что делало процесс мытья более удобным. Как и большинство общественных зданий, термы были богато декорированы. Внутри были обнаружены статуи Афродиты и Эроса с луком. Сначала посетители попадали во фригидарий с бассейном с холодной водой. Затем они переходили в тепидарий, или теплую комнату, а после — в зал с горячей водой, или кальдарий. Воду для терм брали из природных источников. Чтобы получить пар, в воду клали раскаленные камни. Вода из источника поступала в цистерны и фонтаны по акведуку, названному Аква Августа. Позже римские бани были построены при Трояне и восстановлены при Адриане. После землетрясения 365 года нашей эры их заменили византийские бани, а для восстановления использовали камни от старых терм. При создании такой локации команда полагалась на документы, описывающие бани, созданные при Трояне. Храм Зевса в Кирене. Храм, посвященный Зевсу, обращен на восток, к восходу солнца. Он был построен в V веке до нашей эры. 70-метровый храм с 46 дорическими колоннами стал самым большим греческим храмом в Африке. Он был немного больше Парфенона и храма Зевса в Олимпии. Снаружи его украшали декоративные элементы, типичные для дорической архитектуры. Из-за необычной формы колонн фасад храма выглядел по-разному для наблюдателей с разных сторон. Храм был разрушен во время еврейского восстания, но император Адриан его восстановил. Он не отстроил заново внешний портик, но поставил новые мраморные коринфские колонны. Впоследствии храм достроили примарки Аврелии. В правлении Августа в храме стояла уменьшенная копия статуи Зевса из Олимпии. Адриан заменил ее на 12-метровую статую Зевса Олимпийского. У статуи из резного мрамора были объемные голова, руки и ноги. Археологи подтверждают, что в храме стояла огромная статуя. Но одни считают, что это была классическая статуя Зевса, а другие, что статуя Зевса Амона. Мы выбрали второй вариант, потому что Кирена была центром культа Зевса Амона в греческом Средиземноморье.
Ω της αγαθότης, χαίρετε τα του οίκου σου.
Αμάξα ελάβνης γακαγίστεως, αμέλισσον!
Важнейшие памятники Кирены. Святилище Аполлона стоит на краю Киренского плато, возвышаясь над Средиземным морем. К нему можно добраться по дороге из Аполлонии через Некрополь или же священным путем с городской агоры. Многочисленные храмы и статуи отражают влияние греко-римских и египетских культов на Кирену в разные столетия. Храмы Аполлона и Зевса стоят рядом со святилищами египетских богов Сераписа и Исиды. Фонтаны украшены изображениями других богов, в том числе Кирены, в честь которой назван город. Главный вход в храм украшали пропилеи и священный фонтан Аполлона. Культ Аполлона, бога солнца и защиты, имел огромное влияние в античном мире. Его храмы имели особый статус и были неприкосновенными. Храм, стоящий на естественном скальном карнизе, был примерно 200 метров в длину и 50 метров в ширину. Его окружала дорическая колоннада. Во время раскопок археологи установили, что в 115-116 годах нашей эры колонны ремонтировали. Алтарь стоял перед храмом. Их построили одновременно, но реставрировали в разные периоды. Каждый год на этом алтаре приносили в жертву Аполлону множество быков. На камне до сих пор видны следы кольца, к которому привязывали животных. Рядом с храмом найдена статуя Аполлона Кефареда, созданная в римский период. Это одна из важнейших археологических находок. Статуя Аполлона была разбита на части. Но ученые собрали большую часть осколков. Восстановленная статуя находится в Британском музее. Внешний вид статуи Аполлона, которую вы видите в игре, основан на частичной реконструкции. Дизайнеры поместили ее в храм, чтобы игрок увидел бога-покровителя этой области.
Από του οίκου του κλαθμού στέικους.
Амфитеатр Кирены стоит на так называемой террасе Мертуза, рядом со святилищем Аполлона. Он был построен на развалинах старого театра во II веке. При батиадах здесь ставили спектакли, но затем театр превратили в арену, чтобы устраивать на ней гладиаторские бои.
Τον γάρπε δάτε πάνι πάταξον.
αυτόν και δίας μεγαλόθυμος έστε.
Входы располагались по обе стороны амфитеатра. Первые два ряда трибун заменили стеной, чтобы защитить зрителей от диких зверей. Туннель, по которому проходили звери и гладиаторы, шел вокруг арены, в отличие от римского Колизея, где туннель был подземным. В подвале и коридорах размещались гладиаторы и звери. Специальные подъемники доставляли ловушки и препятствия к центру арены. Так как театр стоял на краю обрыва, древние строители не смогли сделать круглую арену. Вместо этого они сделали две пристройки, и арена стала овальной. Такая форма тоже обеспечивала хороший обзор с любой трибуны. Мы решили сделать амфитеатр Кирены круглым по техническим причинам, взяв за образец римский театр.
Ό,τι σ' αγαθώνεις.
Акрополь Кирены. Акрополь Кирены, расположенный на западном краю города, был меньше Афинского, но стоял высоко и поэтому мог защищать город. По сторонам единственных ворот стояли две башни. Сохранившаяся по сей день надпись гласит, что стены и цитадель были восстановлены при Августе. Здесь было найдено множество статуэток, включая статуэтку Береники, дочери мага, короля Кирены и сводного брата Птолемея II. В северо-восточной башне расположены два небольших святилища, а также вестибюль и алтарь, посвященный Серапису и Исиде. Во время раскопок археологи обнаружили следы пожара в святилищах, но выяснить, когда он произошел, не удалось. В 20 веке над древними руинами были построены современные укрепления. Развалины римских домов оказались полностью скрыты, и археологи до сих пор не закончили раскопки. Гладиаторская арена. Хотя гладиаторы не сражались в Кирене до поздней римской эпохи, в игру было решено добавить гладиаторскую арену по двум причинам. Во-первых, это важный аспект римской культуры. А во-вторых, это открывает интересные игровые возможности. Поначалу гладиаторами были военнопленные. Сражения людей друг с другом и с дикими животными продолжались почти 1000 лет. В итоге на арену стали выходить добровольцы. Сражавшиеся за деньги и статус более опытные воины подняли уровень представлений. Так родилась профессия гладиатора. Связанных контрактом гладиаторов кормили, тренировали и охраняли в казармах. Гладиаторов делили на тяжело и легко вооруженных бойцов, каждый со своими доспехами и оружием. Организаторы часто сводили в бою две любимые зрителями фракции. Бои были настоящим представлением. Играла музыка. За ходом боя следил судья. Смерть в бою или по решению зрителей была не единственным выходом для проигравшего. Любимцев публики иногда отпускали на свободу, и они становились знаменитостями. Экспорт из Кирены. Источником богатства Кирены были выращивание и экспорт мака и сильфия. Экспортировалось и опиумное масло, но об этом известно мало. Информации о выращивании сильфия у нас намного больше. Сильфий, цветущий желтыми цветами, считался подарком бога солнца. Сильфий рос только здесь. Его экстракт продавали за большие деньги. И он был так важен для экономики Киренайки, что его даже изображали на монетах. Из корней сильфия добывали смолу, которую греки и римляне использовали для лечения кашля, лихорадки, несварения и других болезней. Также она служила контрацептивом. В сборнике кулинарных рецептов IV века до нашей эры эта трава входит в несколько рецептов, включая блюда из мяса фламинго. Высокий спрос, массовое использование и, возможно, изменение климата привели к исчезновению сильфия. Последнее упоминание датируется IV веком нашей эры. С тех пор сильфий исчез окончательно.
Создание пирамиды. Есть несколько версий происхождения слова «пирамида». По самой распространенной, оно происходит от греческого «пурамис» — хлеб конической формы. Древние египтяне связывали жизнь и смерть с солнечным циклом. Идеальная форма гладкой пирамиды являлась олицетворением фараона, после смерти обращавшегося в солнечный луч. Прообразом пирамид был Бен-Бен, первичный холм из гелиопольского мифа о сотворении мира. Эта легенда так или иначе затрагивала все стороны жизни Древнего Египта. Во время додинастического периода погребальные обычаи зависели от того, где именно их проводили – в Нижнем или Верхнем Египте. До пирамид для погребения использовали ямы. Первое захоронение на месте селения Мерим-де-Бени-Салама датирует 5-м тысячелетием до нашей эры. При изучении гробниц выяснили, что тела умерших помещали в неглубокие могилы в позе эмбриона. К сожалению, по найденным там же предметам быта не удалось установить социальную принадлежность усопших. Додинастические обычаи Верхнего Египта просты, но включают целую систему погребальных обрядов. Принято выделять две культурные фазы – Бадари и Нагада. Первая длилась с 4400 по 3800 год до нашей эры. Малые некрополи на окраинах селений указывают на появление культа погребения. Тела покойных, покрытые шкурами коз или газелей, лежали в овальных могилах. Рядом с усопшими находились предметы, использовавшиеся в быту. В рамках 3 периодов Нагады с 4000 по 3510 год до нашей эры погребальные обряды усложнились. Овальную форму могил сменили на прямоугольную, напоминающую дом. Размер могил увеличился, и в них стали класть больше предметов, связанных с погребением. Постройки стали прочнее, так как при возведении стен теперь использовались дерево и камень. Позднее ввели разделение по социальному статусу. Например, в Нихене знать и простолюдинов хоронили в отдельных некрополях. В переводе с арабского «мастаба» означает «скамья». Это разновидность погребальных сооружений, которые строили в Египте с древних времен до Среднего царства. Это своего рода улучшенный вариант погребальной ямы. Мастаба состояла из 2 частей. Верхняя часть в форме усеченной пирамиды возвышалась на поверхности, а нижняя часть с погребальной камерой находилась под землей. Рядом с большой мастабой царя часто строили мастабы поменьше. Они предназначались для родственников и слуг правителя. В период Древнего царства устройство подземной части мастабы постоянно усложнялось. Во времена Пятой династии было принято строить сложные системы, которые насчитывали до 30 помещений. Внутреннему убранству уделяли все больше внимания. В мастабах появлялось больше статуй и декоративных поверхностей. При Шестой династии мастабы украшали рисунками. На стенах изображали сценки из повседневной жизни, которые демонстрировали благоденствие тех, кому посчастливилось обрести последний приют возле пирамиды фараона. Лучшим примером такой мастабы служит усыпальница Мерирука в Саккаре. При Шестой династии мастабы украшали рисунками.